Good morning. My name is Sean Martin, and I am the board chair of Little Brothers Friends of the Elderly Chicago. And I want to welcome, they'll be cheering. I want to welcome all of you here today at LBFE Chicago, and those of you joining us online. So welcome. We are so pleased that you are part of our End Loneliness Symposium 2023. Create, connect, and transform. We're very excited about today's focus on unique ways to address the serious issue of elder loneliness and isolation by engaging the transformative power of creativity and connections. Helping us to explore and learn more today are our three exceptional speakers who will share their expertise and solutions with us. Basting, Neenah Ellis, and Jeremy Nobel. I want to thank each of you for joining us today, and we look forward to your important sessions. Before we begin our program for Symposium 2023, I'd like to take a few minutes to tell you about our organization that's hosting this event today, Little Brothers Friends of the Elderly Chicago, which was founded in Chicago in 1959. The mission of LBFE Chicago is to relieve isolation and loneliness among men and women 70 and older who are aging alone. Throughout Chicago, in Northwest Indiana, and in Kane and DuPage counties, we currently serve 1,015 elders with the help of 1,732 volunteers. LBFE Chicago also is an active member of our international LBFE Federation, which represents a global movement dedicated to reducing elder isolation in a dozen countries around the world. For 64 years, LBFE Chicago has touched the lives of tens of thousands of Chicago elders by providing visiting volunteers to homebound seniors, hosting holiday parties, monthly birthday parties, and family reunions, making thousands of food bag deliveries, providing vacation outings and day excursions to Audrey's House, our summer vacation retreat and year-round program center in Batavia, Illinois, and so much more. We are lifelong friends of the elders we serve, and we remain faithfully alongside every elder friend we come to know. We are proud to say that we continue to stay safely connected, especially during the recent difficult years. We care, we're careful, is the motto that guided us throughout the pandemic. For instance, during Thanksgiving and Christmas 2020, we created a contactless delivery plan for streams of volunteers to drive up, load up in the car trunk or back seat, and safely drop off more than 1,400 meals to our elders. In peak pandemic days, we replaced in-person visits with hundreds of phone calls, cards, notes, and more deliveries. Our friends were not left alone. Today, we are welcoming back to this building in-person gatherings while still making deliveries to those elders who aren't yet ready to emerge. Through it all, LBFE Chicago continues to have a deep personal impact on our elders, as well as on our volunteers, our donors, our partners, and our staff. I know because I have served and had the privilege of serving on the board of LBFE Chicago since 2019. I work in the aging field as the Assistant Deputy Public Guardian for Cook County, and I was drawn to LBFE Chicago because of its important work to engage and inspire lonely and isolated elders through friendships and lifelong connections. I admire LBFE's commitment to champion every elder and value the strength, resilience, and good humor in our elders. Together, through friendships, we are helping and sustaining one another. Moving forward, LBFE Chicago is newly energized to thrive in this post-pandemic world. We will keep doing what we do to meet every elder where they are, from making visits and celebrations to hosting small parties and small vacation getaways. We'll visit and deliver festive meals and holiday celebration bags, ensuring every elder knows they are cared for. Finally, I want to recognize and thank the many people who made Symposium 2023 possible. Thank you to our board of directors for their leadership and support in planning this event. And we welcome many of our board members here today. And I'm going to ask the board members to now please stand. I want to recognize the Symposium 2023 Planning Committee and applaud their dedication and hard work to make this event come together. I thank all the LBFE staff who are helping and with every important detail for this event. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the leadership of Simone Mitchell-Peterson, our CEO. Simone has led LBFE Chicago for 19 years, steering and shaping an effective and dynamic organization with passion, dedication, and creativity. Hosting the End Loneliness Symposium first in 2019 and again today has happened because of Simone's vision. We thank you. We sincerely thank each of you for choosing to be part of our End Loneliness Symposium and for sharing in today's discussions. And now, former board chair and head of our Symposium Planning Committee, Michael Mellinger, will introduce our first speaker.
All right. Thank you, Sean. Is this on? Okay, great. All right, again, good morning, everyone. Good morning, thank you. So, I'm Michael Mellinger. I'm the chair of the End Loneliness Symposium Planning Committee. And in designing today's program, our goal was to bring together experts with innovative solutions that transform the lives of older adults who are alone and isolated. We're proud to have accomplished this with 3 experts who are joining us today. We're pleased to kick off our program with one of the country's leading advocates for creative engagement as a pathway to healing. A primary care physician, public health practitioner, and an award-winning poet, Dr. Jeremy Nobel is nationally recognized for his lifelong dedication to addressing the many challenges of loneliness and isolation affecting older adults and other vulnerable groups. Jeremy is the founder and president of the Foundation for Art and Healing and its signature initiative, Project Unlonely. Launched in 2016, this national campaign raises public awareness of the loneliness epidemic and empowers people and communities to connect with each other through the arts. Jeremy is the author of a new book entitled Project Unlonely, Healing Our Crisis of Disconnection, published by Penguin Random House. It will be available October 3rd, and there's more information in the lobby at our author's table. Jeremy's book unpacks our personal and national experience of loneliness to discover its roots and take steps to find comfort and connection. He clarifies how meaningful connection can be nourished and sustained, and Jeremy reveals that an important component of the healing process is engaged in creativity, which he'll talk more about today. Jeremy's on the faculty at Harvard Medical School and the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health, where his teaching and research activities focus on population health, social determinants of health, and the design and evaluation of health improvement intervention programs. He also integrates creativity into his own life. A published poet, Jeremy has received several awards for his poetry, including the Bain Swigert Prize from Princeton University and the American Academy of Poets Prize from the University of Pennsylvania. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Jeremy Nobel to our End Loneliness Symposium 2023.
Thanks, Michael. And it's a real pleasure to be here today. You know, we're still coming out of the defensive crouch of the last 3 years, and I'm happy to say that this is the second time I've put a suit on in 3 years. And it's kind of fun, because, you know, kind of speaking to an audience like this is It's a bit of a performance art, right? So we're going to start the day really with some creativity and connection, and I hope that the remarks I make and the conversation we'll have really connects with all of you, because we've been through, a tough 3 years, and it's not over. We're going to talk more about that, and we are going to talk not just about the challenges, but about the arts and connection as an opportunity. So we are going to focus on connection and the opposite, disconnection, loneliness, and let's see, oh, that's me. Hi. and I'm here, and just delighted to be here representing the Foundation for Art and Healing. We're about 20 years old. We have a very simple mission to explore and engage creative expression as a path to health and well-being for individuals and the community. And there's probably been no bigger challenge to face in public health than disconnection, than loneliness. We're going to talk a little bit more about that in my the first part of this time together, which is going to be, sharing some information, bringing things up to speed. But then we're going to save some time, because we have time in this first session, to hear from all of you about, your thoughts about loneliness and on connection, and how we can engineer the strategies that invite us to be more connected as individuals, as families, as neighbors, and as even larger communities. And maybe we can dream as a country and then the world, because it's critical, it's central, I think, to the world we all want to live in. We want to see, our children inherit and thrive in. So we're going to jump in on loneliness. And before I tell you kind of what's going on with it and so on, just a little bit of audience interaction. And for the people viewing us from afar, you can answer these questions too. I'm not going to ask who here is lonely, because we know that probably just statistically, maybe about a third are lonely right now. But I will ask, if you were lonely, by show of hands, how many would feel a little bit uncomfortable talking about it? So this is really one of the main things we want to take on. So what if loneliness is really just a signal that you need human connection? Right? Just like biology has other signals. Thirst, right? It's a signal that we need hydration. Right? Even though we say dying of thirst, you don't die of thirst, you die of dehydration. I've not yet met somebody who's embarrassed about saying they're thirsty. Why are we embarrassed about saying I'm lonely? And we'll unpack that a little bit, because within that question is an opportunity to be unlonely, really, by putting the whole topic forward. And so we launched Project Unlonely, which is an initiative within the Foundation for Art and Healing, in May 2016, after about 3 or 4 years of, do we really want to go in this direction? Is it a big enough challenge? And loneliness is on everyone's radar now. That was not the case in the early 20-teens. But we decided to go forward with Project Unlonely, and it has 3 goals. The first goal is to increase the awareness about loneliness and its toxicities. I'm going to talk more about it, because some people are surprised at how toxic loneliness can be, particularly for people who are vulnerable, which includes older adults, and I'm going to talk about that as well. The second goal of Project Unlonely is to reduce the stigma that surrounds it, so that people at any age, people in any of the diverse walks of life we find ourselves in, feel comfortable saying, I'm lonely. And the third is so that we can build strategic programs and interventions, not just the foundations, but encourage development of those programs in the community, so we can be more connected in ways that are meaningful, measurable, and democratized, meaning it's not just for the NPR crowd. I love the NPR crowd, I'm part of it, and there's a bigger world than that. And so that's what we're up to. So let's talk a little bit about loneliness and why it matters. So it doesn't surprise people that loneliness is associated with mental health, behavioral health challenge. It's probably the biggest preventable risk factor for a classic triad of depression, addiction, and suicidality. Right? So if that's all, even if that were all it were about, then it would be worth focusing our attention. But there's more. Research started coming out about 10 years ago, and this is one of the reasons I started focusing on loneliness as a public health practitioner and physician, that loneliness actually has significant impairment to physical health. We'll talk a little bit more about that. And even though we need to focus on mental illness, physical illness, there's another aspect, right, to health, which is thriving and flourishing. So imagine how challenging it is to have a fully thriving, flourishing, engaging, rewarding life if you don't feel connected to other people. I don't think you can do it. And so we invite people to think more broadly, about the work we do than merely like addressing physical and mental illness, as if that wasn't like a huge thing. Of course it is, but to think more holistically. And I think that's what opens up the door to using creative expression. I'll talk a little bit more about the tradition of creative expression, how it's been part of every culture that we have a historical record of. That can't be happening by accident. Okay. What else is going on with loneliness other than mental health? Well, this is pioneering work done by Julianne Holt-Lundstedt in the early 20-teens. It's a busy slide, hard to read. I'll just walk you through it a little bit. So the red arrow at the top, first of all, this is the increased risk. This bar graph represents the increased risk of dying earlier than you otherwise would, premature mortality, premature death. Longer the bar, the worse it is, both for you and society. So the top line with the red bar is the early mortality risk if you've got significant social disconnection. You can see it's a pretty long bar. The other lines are public health challenges we take very seriously and put hundreds of millions of dollars of combined social investment against. Smoking, obesity, sedentary lifestyle, and addictive substances, right? And you can see the top one, the top arrow, I think is smoking. It's like an eye test here. The top arrow is smoking, and then I think it's physical activity or obesity and so on. So these are, and you can see that loneliness and social disconnection is more risk. And yet until about, it feels like 15 minutes ago, we weren't really talking about loneliness as a serious risk. There was a major event in August when the American Heart Association, the biggest advocacy group for cardiovascular disease, which includes stroke, by the way, right? The vascular disease of stroke, so it's not just heart disease, came out with a science statement. They reviewed all the science on loneliness and cardiac toxicity, brain toxicity, and came out with the science statement that it was a 30% increased risk of early death, as well as increased risk for incidence. So 10 years ago, we weren't thinking that. Now everyone's thinking that. The big question, of course, is what do we do about it? But let's start by building a case. So how about older adults? Are they at particular risk? And the answer is absolutely. I'm not going to read through all these slides. I think these slides will be available, downloadable, and so on to the audience. But loneliness is an aggregated risk, not only burdens older adults with illness, but it burdens our society with the cost of paying for that illness. Lonely older adults have $1,600 higher cost per year than non-lonely older adults. That buys a lot of art supplies. And then, of course, the increased risk for heart disease and so on, and disconnection with friends and family. So loneliness has been around for a long time. It's getting better noted. How about these last 3 years that we've gone through? Well, it's worse now, particularly for vulnerable populations. In many ways, because there's still, the last 3 years weren't neutral, they were negative for a lot of people dealing with loneliness. They lost some motivation to be connected. They lost the enthusiasm. Some of them are more sick than they were. We have new diseases now, long COVID, that's impacting quite a number of people, including older adults. And so why is this? Well, just to sum it up, we have continued uncertainty. Uncertainty is not a brain state that our brains enjoy. It increases inflammation, alone, just uncertainty, nervousness. It increases release of stress hormones, so that's not good. Then we have increased risk for, in a way, a form of post-traumatic stress, from the challenges that people have gone through. So that increased risk also increases the risk for all those mental health issues I mentioned, depression, suicidality, and so on, which again takes people away from healthy behaviors, right? And so one of those healthy behaviors, and this is the next point, is risk of abandonment of self-care For more traditional chronic illnesses, we don't think about loneliness as a chronic illness because it's not an illness. It's a brain state. It's a condition. It's like stress. But it is associated with a significant number of illnesses. But it also de-energizes people from self-care. Medication adherence, diet, exercise, interacting effectively with the healthcare system, and then they kind of go into a spiral, often dying earlier than they need to. And there have been some very powerful anecdotes and case reports written up about that are just coming out. But for seniors, you know, it's not just all of those other things, but major disruptions, you know, because of the prevalence of COVID in certain senior housing populations, whether it was an institutionalized housing for older adults or NORCs, you know, the naturally occurring retirement communities, significant increases in morbidity. And not just for the older adults, but for the whole caregiving infrastructure around them, including family caregivers. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that challenge. So, let's see if I can, oh, okay, well, one slide dropped. Okay, so aging exacerbates loneliness effect, right? So this is also part of the challenge, right? As you have visual acuity changes, hearing acuity changes, physical mobility, it becomes easier to get trapped in more isolating circumstances. You also have increased frequency of stressful events. You're losing friends. You're having to deal with stressful situations, new medical illnesses, worsening of current medical illnesses. And then against the backdrop of this, for many, increasing impairment in social cognition, literally how you make sense of the world and the executive function to navigate it. So older adults have significant challenges. Now, who are lonely and isolated older adults? And there's quite a variety. So just some examples. On the left, you have people who, okay, I broke my hip. So for a relatively short time, you could be significantly isolated, but the hope is to get back into social interaction, right? Or you have someone, middle slide, who may have lost a spouse and is now thinking, okay, how do I reinvent a social identity that's different from my partner identity that I knew so well and thrived, and deal with grieving at the same time? And then you have people who are older and living on the streets in high poverty, high distress situations. So what are we going to do with these? It's not, whatever it is, the solution, it's not one size fits all. It has to be organized around a set of principles of what works. And as I foreshadowed before, we can't leave the caregivers out of the equation. Family caregiving is critical to the health of older adults. 1 in 6 adults in the U.S. are family caregivers, meaning they give over 10 hours a week of care. 1 in 6, right? And they're unpaid and often unrecognized by the healthcare delivery system. Can I see the hands of people here with significant family caregiving experience? I'm sure they're family caregivers here. You know, and many caregivers, if you say, are you a family caregiver? They say, no. I'm a daughter, I'm a son. This is just what you do. Now, there's greater awareness about that. You know, there's efforts underway to figure out ways to pay family caregivers, because without the family caregivers, those costs and the increasing illness burden of the people they care for will hit the system's budgets. And so this is called the wrong pocket problem in health policy. That's right. So, okay, we have health systems and we have family caregivers. The family caregivers work as volunteers, reducing the cost of, say, a Medicare Advantage plan, but that cost savings doesn't go back in the pocket of the family caregiver. Wrong pocket. But these are problems that can be talked about, addressed, and changed through policy or market forces. So don't give up. We have to talk about it. Okay. Bottom line, loneliness in older adults. Diverse group of individuals and circumstances, complex and overlapping drivers for the problems. And as you probably knew before you came today, there is no silver bullet. That's why we're here together. What are the things we can do to address it? So that kind of brings us to really the theme for the day, a not so new idea. Maybe there's something in creative arts that can be helpful in connecting older adults connecting society? I think the answer to that is yes. My guess is many of you are inclined to already be thinking that way and found the topic for today attractive. When we have the Q&A, open to hearing any particular experiences you've had. You'll be hearing about the incredible power of creative expression from Ann Bastings and maybe from some other people in the audience, as we unfold today. But art has been around a long time. Like, why? These are just some cave painting drawings, and first of all, I think they're beautiful pieces of art. This is the first thing that struck me. I mean, the fact that 35,000 years ago, people thought to put handprints on a cave wall. Like, why? Like, you kind of got to get curious about that. They had tough lives. They were fighting for survival, kind of getting food, dealing with predators, and they made time to put handprints on a cave wall. Or to do paintings of, I think this is a wild boar. This is from Indonesia. That's even older. That's 45,000 years ago. So what's going on? What is it about the arts? So this is a quote by Tony Kushner, who wrote a play called Angels in America that was transformative during the AIDS crisis. I'm sure some of you remember that play. It actually came back to Broadway to sell out crowds just about 5 years ago. So there's a recurrent theme in there, and I love this quote. I'll read it. I think that people do go to art in general as a way of addressing very deep, very intimate, very mercurial and elusive, ineffable things in a communal setting. It ends a certain kind of inner loneliness. This is the part I love. Or it joins one's own inner loneliness with the inner loneliness of many other people, and I think that can be healing. So I also want to share a thought that I don't think, and I love the title for today, I don't think we end loneliness. I think loneliness, a certain amount of loneliness, is just networked into the human identity, the human condition. But we don't have to be devastated by it. We can learn to navigate loneliness. That's really the project I tried to take on this book that was very kindly promoted at the beginning of my introduction. Because we have to learn to navigate it. It's part of life, just like you navigate other stressful situations. And the good news is you can. It can be successfully done. And creative expression, I believe, is a very attractive entry point for that journey. And we'll be sharing some more of that with you. So what's at the basis of all of this? Well, it intrigued me as I trained as a medical scientist. I was in the MD PhD program before I went on to become an internal medicine physician. I really love science. And so I thought, okay, what is it about science? What can we learn about it? And it turns out that creative arts literally rewires certain parts of the brain. So you make sense of the world in a different way. This is called social cognition. I won't go into all of it, but I will just share, that as this brain science is being kind of unraveled, we're having more insight into how the arts affect major brain channels. How we pay attention, for instance. Regulation of hormonal release of different types. Big ones being stress hormone, cortisol, or oxytocin, the feel-good hormone, which is great, makes us receptive. It's the hormone that gets released when women are in childbirth to deliver a baby and creates that maternal-child bond. So biology is actually on our side when it comes to creative arts. And I think it's what energizes the basic biology, the four really important things that the arts do. So the first thing is the arts engage our attention, right? So, we've all had this experience. You hear music, you can't get it out of your head, so-called an earworm, right? Even at a time when, advertising is competing for our attention, the news media is competing for our attention, something about the arts can reach out and just pull you into something in a very profound way, in a very personal way, because all of the arts are personal. And then once arts have your intention, many people often find a kind of inspiration in the arts. So what is inspiration? So it's a psychological term. It's a type of motivation, but it's a very specific kind of motivation. We say sometimes, oh, I'm inspired to clean my kitchen, but we don't really mean it. That's kind of a funny thing to say. But often inspiration is to be our best selves, to make the world a better place, right? So we have this vision. And the arts do that for many people. Now, sometimes it's used for not such great purposes to send young men off to war with, kind of military band music. We hear that music and it inspires something too. It's not evil, but it just shows the power of what the arts not only can do, but have been doing for quite a while. So that's the inspiration. The next thing is they not only inspire us, but in some way we don't fully understand, which in science we call magic, right? When you don't fully understand it. It actually makes us think we can get it done. It actually says, okay, I not only imagine a connected world, and we see this in the young people we work with. We do a lot with young adults going out, help, somewhat same as with little brothers, friends of the elderly. They actually feel a sense of agency and empowerment that they can do it, and I think the arts nurture that. And then the last thing that I think really ties to the theme of today is the arts connect us. And there's a lot of kind of reason why that could be true, but I think it's because human experiences are simultaneously universal and personal. It makes me think, and we have this on our logo, fingerprints, right? Everyone has fingerprints. Not everyone, it turns out, but the vast majority of people. There's a genetic disorder where you don't have fingerprints. It's rare. But almost everybody has fingerprints, right? So we're all united, right? Look at oh my God, what beautiful fingerprints. So you have fingerprints. And so we're universal, but they're all unique. So this is a really important concept that the arts introduce. Because everyone making art, every piece of art, in my view as an art maker, both as a poet and an image maker, every piece of art is an autobiography. You can't not be there when you make art. It's reflected in the art, whether you're conscious of it or not. So other people can meet you in your art, and you can meet them in their art, which is why art exchange is such a powerful experience. When it's coordinated into an actual program, it can be even more powerful. So I can keep talking about that, or I can use the power of the arts to try to give you a sense of it. So we're going to share a short film with you. It's only 4.5 minutes, so don't get bored, please. I hope that it's called Can Art Be Medicine? And we're going to share it with you now.
Since the beginning of time, art and the creative energy behind it has captured our imagination, energized us, comforted us, and inspired us. Creative expression has an undeniable power, providing insight into what it means to be human. Is there something about creativity, how we engage with it and share it with others, that can actually improve our health? Can art be medicine?
There's never been a culture without art, never been a culture without poetry, never been a culture without music. They must be delivering something to us that we really need for our psyches.
You think back to those days and all the challenges that existed just to survive and have food, but they still took time for art, so obviously it had some value for them. And that value clearly had something to do with health. We've forgotten the original stuff that worked quite well before we had all the sort of medications and other sort of technologies for treatment.
In very traumatic illnesses, in very traumatic situations like war, everyone is changed.
I lost 3 Marines due to IEDs. Lost several of my friends on one deployment.
When I was 16 years old, I had a heart transplant. I was in the hospital for 3 months.
And I found it odd that each time I did something with art therapy, I felt better because there was something in me that was dying to get out. And through art, I was able to express it.
I remember writing about this. I remember writing to my heart. I remember asking it to please work with me. I remember really almost in letter form, just saying, I know that this environment isn't natural for you. I know that you are in a foreign place, but so am I. And together we can find a home.
It's essential to add other components than the traditional medical modalities. Anything from the use of artwork, the use of light, the use of drama, the use of storytelling, and the engagement of the patients and the patients' families in an art experience to help them have the optimal care that they deserve.
I really believe that in the next few years we will have some detailed answers as to what works.
We are learning that storytelling in arts and emotional health is just as fundamental to well-being as your physical health.
And just thinking about it, talking about it, writing it down, expressing it obliquely, expressing it directly, that can help.
I would have never talked about what this meant, but I was able to express it through something that everybody could see what it was and see what it meant, but it wasn't me. I was shielded in some ways. I was protected. I was able to express it in a way that was safe for me.
Even though people might think that art is not the same as medicine, it was my medicine, and I think that without it, I just would have still been sick.
Through simple things, able to create something that makes it okay to feel the way I feel and help take that burden away.
Medicine has made great strides in the past 100 years. It's now time to go one step further by incorporating artistic expression into the ways we provide health and healing. All will stand to benefit.
I think that's good for that. So that's the story, so but how do we get there, right? How do we turn this vision, into some reproducible, effective programming we can put out in the communities and so on? Well, it starts with the basics. What is it that the arts do when they provide a form of connection? So we've divided it into three parallel things that go on. And I know another audience participation question. People here who are makers, whatever it is, visual art, writing, okay, a lot of makers. Right, so this will make sense. I think it'll make sense to everybody because we all consume it. So the first thing is the actual making of the art itself. And as you know, when you're making a piece of art, you're in the moment with that art. You're not thinking about your unanswered emails, the challenging issues you have with your family, the workplace, or whatever it is. You're in that moment. Why is that important? Because it's in that moment that you can really be in touch with yourself. Like, what's going on with Jeremy Nobel this morning? And that's a really important part of it, the making part. But it's also a powerful experience to share that art with others, that made thing with others, right? Whether it's a poem or some other aspect of art, and there's something in that sharing, that generosity, that generative activity that formed, and I know there's a biochemistry behind it. We're not that good at knowing what it is yet. But there's something in there that's incredibly powerful in reducing stress, reducing cortisol levels, and so on. And then the third area is in the receiving and reflection of the art. So if you see the beautiful photographs in the room next door, if you go to any art exhibit or even go online and look at art, you have a chance to see the creative work done by people, many you don't know, many not even with us any longer, and feel more connected. Not only to your own personal experiences and the meaning behind them, the challenges, but you're not alone in that. You see it in the expressive work of other people. So in all of our programming, we bring it together. It's also important to point out that all the arts work, right? So people think about the big four. So the big four, in terms of what's been studied and so on, are music, visual art, language arts, and movement, language, visual, what did I forget? And music. No? Okay. Too much coffee. All right, I see visual, language, movement, and music. Okay. So that's what we traditionally talk about. That's what performance centers, arts organizations are about. But the ones that people actually do broadly in society and culture, these are the big three. And it's, some won't surprise you, culinary arts, cooking. Can I see the culinary artists in the room? Right, this is fantastic. So culinary arts, textile arts, knitting, sewing, crocheting, quilting. That's been going on since, thousands of years. And gardening. You know, the actual purposeful, planning and managing of a garden, which a friend of mine calls the world's slowest performance art. So all the arts work. And what do they offer? First of all, they're fun. They're fun and invigorating and engaging. They activate people both emotionally and intellectually. This is important. We live and navigate our world both on the right and left side of the brain. Most of our decisions, our major decisions, are they made intellectually or emotionally? Show of hands on emotion. Show of hands on intellect, rationally. Oh, okay, good. See, well, in fact, Dan Kahneman won the Nobel Prize in economics in 2002 for debunking the theory that we're rational decision makers through a series of elegant experiments. We make decisions based on emotion. And then we use our intellect to backfill and rationalize and justify the decisions we make. And I'm not anti-rationalization. Obviously, planning, policy, we need that. But let's not lose track of the fact that we're emotional creatures, and we navigate the world through our emotions. And the arts actually are an invitation, not just to be in touch with your own emotions, but the emotions of other people. And through engagement with the arts. And in all of our activations when we work in arts engagement in the community, everyone feels better. The effect size are just, they're off the charts. And they often in provocative, challenging ways, but it's a positive experience. So this ties to well-being. It ties to thriving and flourishing, being more than the absence of illness. So we decided, okay, all this is going on, we're going to try to do something about it as an initiative, Project Unlonely. And I shared the goals: increase visibility on loneliness, reduce stigma, and put effective programming out there at scale. And we do this very purposely by supporting the community through community-based organizations. So we're not an active delivery service like Doctors Without Borders or Planned Parenthood. We don't build and deliver services, but we build program toolkits, curriculum, training tools, measurement templates, so we can support a wide variety of community-based organizations. And those are a very wide variety, including the Bangor, Maine YMCA, small village level aging services staffed by volunteers in Elliott, Maine, working in housing on the housing units on the south side of Chicago, the west side of Chicago, working with the University of Chicago SHARE program, in New York City, in some NORCs, in some other housing aggregated situations. But we also do it in colleges, schools, places of worship, wherever people are. So that's our basic distribution model. And so what do we actually do? Well, on the awareness side, one of the things that's been very popular is using the power of film to get people to develop a different kind of relationship with loneliness. To see it, to understand it, but not be, in a way, afraid of it, so that they can have the conversations and engage with it in some healthy and connecting ways. And so we started the Unlonely Film Festival. We're now in season 6. And we call it a film festival. It's kind of a tricky name. We like the word festival because it gets people energized and so on. But it actually runs all year. It's actually a public health program masquerading as a film festival. And so you come and you watch one of our short films, and it gives you a different sense of loneliness. And then we encourage people to watch it in groups. We have programming toolkits around that and have conversations. So since you've come all the way here today, we thought we would share one of our short films with you. It's one of my favorites. It has some themes of intergenerationality and connection in it that I think you'll enjoy. So why don't we go to the movies? All right, let's just stop here just for a second. I love this film, and you might imagine why, because it actually displays almost all the principles, the characteristics we talk about. It's intergenerational and so on. I just wonder, I know we're going to have Q&A, so there are probably handheld mics for that. Would it be okay to pass it around? I'd just like people right now, while they've just seen this, I'd just love to hear from a couple of people what they thought about this film. So we have the mics. It's going to go. And what I'd encourage you, to imagine that this is like a film sharing event you could be having at a community place. You've just watched this film, and it's not, you don't want or need expert analysis of the film. You just ask questions like, what is it? What in this film caught your attention? And do you have something you'd like to say about it? And there's somebody who wants to say something about the film in the back row. We're going to get you some exercise, Mike. No, because people are streaming in on the live stream. They need the mic.
Hi, I'm April. I'm an oncology nurse. I'm also a volunteer here at Little Brothers. Yeah. It's actually funny. The one thing that really caught my eye was the fact that he started to sell the art. I knit and crochet, and my patients are always telling me to sell it, and I tell them that's what makes it not fun for me anymore. And just the push to share it on Instagram, I'm also very hesitant about like certain social media, but I like the idea that it really covers all four topics, especially the engagement. Right. And the fact that he found what would actually motivate his father is the love for his grandchildren. And I just think that's really important, that one, art doesn't have to be good to do it. Yeah. I think that's a real problem right now. But also that we have to see what will truly motivate the people as an individual, not what we think they should do.
Well said. Thank you. Other people, thoughts, comments on what you just saw? Front row.
Hi.
Hi.
I have a Little Brothers volunteer who I've known since June of 2017. We started out just the two of us, and then several years later, they were blessed with a little daughter, and we started incorporating her, taking her with as a baby. One day, we went to a cafe near the beach in Chicago. And she was in a baby carrier facing forward. And we were leaving. And she started making curious movements with her arms. She has an English name, Albion, and I call her Albie for short. She started waving her hands like this. And I said to Rachel, what is she doing? And she says, she enjoys feeling the wind.
Beautiful.
I had Christmas lunch at their new house, and now she's 4, she'll be 5 in June. And I gave her a stuffed toy and a wooden blue chair. And what she did with these two things is incredible. I'd given them a little tray table, which is too heavy for me. And she saw that as an opportunity for her to do drawing. But she set up the chair in front of the tray table, and she had her stuffed toy bounce on the chair, on the tray table. And I had given her a laundry basket as a place to put all of her animals. So into the laundry basket. And it was one creative play after another. And that is where she is. And it's just a joy.
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing that that story. And it's Leslie, I think. Yeah, Leslie, thanks for sharing that story, because that's exactly what happens when you share these films. It invites other people's stories, like being an oncology nurse that makes art and so on, or, being connected and then watching a young child discover the pleasures of creative orchestration of her world. And so that's how these films work. And then as they go on, then suddenly people are more connected. Oh, what's it like being an oncology nurse? Because you've actually done what you need to do to be connected is you need to tolerate the discomfort of disclosure, because it takes risk. That's why when I say, I know you were all thinking, you all had response to that film. It's a wonderful heart, but it's like, am I really going to say anything? So once you disclose something about yourself, other people see you in a different way. They see you. And then they want to know more about you. And then you have a connection. That's how it works. So it's an incredibly simple human dynamic. It's been going on for like tens of thousands of years. We're just trying to nudge it along a little bit faster. Okay, we're going to come back to more Q&A. I'm just going to share a little bit more of programming and then have some discussion. Thanks, Mike. Okay, so that's the magic of films. We also build programs that can be delivered as more conventional workshops, multi-session things. And these work out in community centers also. And it's not just art. We found that there's almost a recipe to go back to our culinary arts. So we almost always include some kind of mindfulness activity. So mindfulness is tremendously connecting too, in part because it calms us down. It slows down our brains, our autonomic nervous system. It lets us be better in touch with ourselves, the world around us. So we almost always use mindfulness. Then comes the creative expression, which has those 3 elements, the making, the sharing, the receiving. And then we do something, if you want to be really fancy, you call it social emotional learning. Medium, you call it social learning, or you can do what most people do, conversations, right? And so that's really the formula for that. We call those creativity circles. There's a long and fun history of how we develop them, but they're out there. Successful Aging is one of our main programs for older adults. It's 6 sessions, we're up to 8 sessions. We started face-to-face. We were going to launch a big national trial in 3 states, 9 centers. Trial was due to launch at the end of March 2020. You can imagine the fun. We went back to the funders and say, look, we don't need more money. We just need flexibility to convert it all to virtual programming. Just shout out, it was AARP Foundation. They said, go do it, this is important. And so it speaks to the resilience of the community organization and the older adults. Every single one of our 9 pilots, including 3 in Chicago, converted successfully to an online delivery of the program. They all recruited to the full maximum, and they all had off the charts positive results on the trial. So these are, creativity circles, and they give people, kind of a recurrent opportunity to come back. So it's almost like boot camp, right? So after you do 6 or 8 of these sessions, then these same groups can be self-led, right? They don't need a facilitator, right? And so they have their scripts and other activities they could do to take it to the next step. Does it have an impact? Yes, it does. The most interesting impact, so it changes attitudes, right? So people feel they can manage their aging. It changes behaviors. People actually do more engagement. The most important behavior is this one, is increased activation in other community activities. So people who went through this successful aging program increased their engagement with other programs, both at the community organizations where they had the program, but also other organizations. From a public health point of view, this is transformational, because getting engagement is the first big step. There are many programs out there that just struggle just to get people to come in the door. So this is almost like an amplifier, of that early energy. And so that's been consistent, this finding. And then, yes, we have survey data, all this kind of typical sociologic and social services outcomes. But then we also ask people, what was it about this event? A creative thing to realize how wonderful you are. It formed a community. I love the way they gave us tools through art to deal with anything going on in our lives. I think a lot of people could benefit from it. And, so that really mattered to us. So we decided, okay, let's keep building programs. So we've got a couple in pilot. This one is for caregivers. And caregiving is hugely important to the older adult ecosystem. I'm sure you all know that. In fact, the Little Brothers Friends of the Elderly is a form of caregiving, obviously. It's not the intense family caregiving, but it really matters. And so this program that we're in pilot now is designed really for people who are new onset family caregivers, for loved ones who are new onset with Alzheimer's. So all family caregiving is demanding. Family caregiving for someone who loses the ability to recognize who you are, who you have to introduce yourself to every session, this is incredibly challenging, right? And so this is just a starter kit program with 3 messages. 1, you're not the only one going. First of all, the first message is, this will be really hard, but you're not the only one going through it. That's message 1. Message 2 is there are resources available, and we'll give you some orientation of the resources. And number 3 is you have to prioritize self-care. Right? A lot of people feel they can self-sacrifice their way to success as a family caregiver. And then you check in a year later, 2 years later, they're not doing so well. So you have to start from the very beginning. And we give a little orientation to that. Our other program in pilot I've been building programs for quite a number of decades. This is the favorite name of a program I've ever designed ever. It's called More Money in Your Pocket. I talk about this program and people say, I want to take that program. And so, but it's designed to look at the underlying negative emotions people have who are dealing with poverty, of guilt and lack of self-esteem, that there's something broken with them because they failed somehow. Now, this is particularly cruel in people who've spent their whole lives, as working people, but life's gotten more expensive. They may have an illness, whatever it is, and then fall below that I can manage it line. And then they start disengaging often from the exact resources that they need. What got my attention on this is, and you folks may know this, so SNAP benefits, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Plan. What percent of older adults, and it's for low income people, what percent of older adults who are eligible do not apply? What do you think? Yes, it's 70%. And then you ask people, why do you do it? And 5% of them, it's because they didn't know about it. But most of them come up with 2 reasons. One is other people need it more than me, and the other is God will take care of me. Now, these are beautiful explanations, but I think what they hide is the fact that they're embarrassed and they don't want to ask for help. So you have to break through that. And we use the creative engagement to make sure they're not the only ones dealing with navigating low income and that there are resources and so on. So we're just piloting this in New York in a low-income housing environment, in two low-income housing environment. One that was created for people who were previously homeless. These are all older adults who were homeless, who are now in this environment. And the idea is to use the arts to get them to understand they're not the only one. There are resources they can do. 2 minutes from questions. I'll be right with you. Hang on. Yeah. Yeah.
Part of the problem too is when you're on it, the bureaucracy does not know how to communicate.
Huge problem. Yeah, huge problem. No, absolutely. But if you don't even get to the step of applying, then you're not in the system. So we're just trying to get people, use that behavioral motivation to get people to engage and be active. So the other thing we do, and we're about to launch it, is the Unlonely Film Festival next season. So if you like that film, you can register for this one. It launches with a free event on June 4th. So please register for that event. Hopefully they'll make the registration link available with the follow-on from this conference. And we launched the evening with the former president of Lionsgate Films, Mike Pesserneck, who's the judge. So we've got a lot of filmmakers. We're going to screen the 3 winning films and talk about film as a resource. You've already seen the shameless self-promotion of my book. Here it is, and I wanted to leave you with something. It's called Project Unlonely, Healing Our Crisis of Disconnection, but it is not a book about Project Unlonely. It's a book about loneliness, and it invites people to design their own Project Unlonely and to organize their thinking around that in 3 areas. One is to be curious, because I think curiosity is the gateway to human motivation. The second is to make things, and we know there are a lot of makers. I'd encourage you all to be makers. And the third is have conversations. So thank you for your attention today. It is an honor to be here kicking things off today. And I think we have a few minutes for questions.
We've got one question which we'll start out with from online. So Dr. Nobel, how have you been able to effectively address elders' reluctance to meet in person in the wake of COVID?
Yeah. The answer is the question, how have we been able to address the reluctance? And the answer is it's a progressive step by step. And that's where we use the power of the arts. So come here, not just, talks are great, activities are great. Just start with seeing something. We're going to screen some films about how tough the last 3 years have been for people. And there's a whole library of films. We make a lot of those available through the Unlonely Film Festival site. So using art to get people to engage with art is kind of part of the secret sauce. But it's still a real issue. There are going to be some people who, no problem, I'm ready to come back, and some who are very fear-based, and they're going to need a lot more support. We think actually with what you're doing, home visits are a great way to get people over that edge and re-engage, with the risk of social engagement. And a big part is, if you have a chance to tell them the message, it's healthy for you, but it's also healthy for your loved ones and others. Because sometimes people will work harder to address a challenging behavior if they know it helps other people. Great question. Other questions? I see back row.
Hi. So especially now, I find that getting volunteers and money is probably a very large challenge, just because there is a total lack of empathy in general right now. How do you secure your funding? And it seems that you are able to keep expanding.
Yeah, we've been pretty fortunate, but it's a roller coaster. I'm sorry. Yeah, let me repeat the question. How do we get the funding and so on? These programs obviously require resources. This is the challenge in social service. It's a challenge in the nonprofit world. I think we've done okay. It was a roller coaster through COVID. We lost half our funding middle way through. We had to do a reduction in force of the organization. We've built it back. It's just the challenge. It's what you navigate through. You know, I think funding is always a problem. Part of it is telling the story of the benefit that you deliver in a way that unusual stakeholders show up. So much of our campus connection work, of all things, is funded by L'Oreal. And it's their nail polish branch, Essie. And the program is about how color can actually connect us by selling things. So there's alignment with their product, and you know, we had 100% control over program delivery and so on. It's hands off. It was a donation, not, you know, a project. But, you know, and our caregiving work is funded by Pinterest because they want people to go on Pinterest and get ideas about knitting patterns, cooking recipes, and so on. So it requires creativity to actually put your message out there of why the value you're creating, not the activities, but the value resonates for funders. And it's still hard. But we keep going because it's important work. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Neenah from Beyond Hunger. So we do have a home delivery program where we deliver food to homebound seniors, and part of our work is social interaction.
Yeah, great.
So we call clients every single month, and we currently are like about 300 households. But I'm curious about, like, how do you define what programs you want to do, and then how do you decide how you evaluate them?
Yeah. Let me answer the second question first. How do you evaluate it? There's standard, you know, human engagement kind of, and you look at the various metrics. Do people engage? Do they have a positive experience, right? So that's one set of questions you ask. It, you know, is on the event or on the program itself, just like your, you know, your nutrition-based activities. But then you also have to look at the outcome. Are people eating healthier? And then so that's a behavior. Are they eating healthier? And then the third thing is, are they healthier? And so you have to design the evaluation to kind of match what your promise is or what your offer is. I think we've got time for one more question. Yes. Last question, no pressure.
Hi, I'm Sharon Dornbergley from CJE Senior Life in Chicago. I write poetry as well, and I was wondering if you're aware of any program models specifically around engaging older adults who are isolated through writing and poetry, whether appreciation or writing themselves.
Yeah. Well, thank you. It's always great to hear from a fellow poet. I think poetry is one of the most accessible of art forms. I mean, there are forms of it that, you know, are so, like a 6-word poem, right? And you think, oh, what can you do in 6 words? And I was doing some work in, you know, with military PTSD, and one of the service members came up with a 6-word poem, went to Iraq, left legs there. So this is what you can do with 6 words. And, you know, I don't know this community, but the other nice thing about these workshops is there's a growing ecosystems of online workshops. So there is a digital divide issue for seniors. I think AARP Foundation and others are working to make simple toolkits to support seniors going online. But I think as communities come back, think about unusual locations like local libraries. They're looking for things, you know, and activities that are relevant. And I think a poetry writing for seniors would be terrific. I'd love to work on one. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Nobel, for the presentation, and everyone, please let's thank Dr. Nobel.
Thank you.
And we're going to take a short break and reconvene at 10. And if you have other questions, please during the networking lunch hour, we can all talk more. And feel free to approach Dr. Nobel. So 10 o'clock.
Thanks.
Welcome back. Welcome back to those of you joining us online and in person. My name is Simone Mitchell-Peterson. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Little Brothers Friends of the Elderly Chicago. I am proud to lead an organization that has engaged volunteers and communities throughout the Chicagoland area to impact the lives of older adults for 64 years. I want to thank Jeremy for kicking off our End Loneliness Symposium 2023 with thoughtful insights about a prescription for better health through creativity and connections with others. I'm thrilled to welcome and introduce the author and former NPR producer, Neenah Ellis, who will lead our next segment, Elders in Conversation, How We Thrive and How We Live and Thrive. In 2003, Neenah was our keynote speaker at an LBFE event at the Chicago Cultural Center. At that time, Neenah promoted her book, If I Live to Be 100, Lessons from Centenarians, and shared many valuable lessons. Neenah also wrote the introduction to Keep Them Alive, a collection of life stories to celebrate LBFE's 50th anniversary. 20 years later, we are thrilled to welcome Neenah back. She will reflect on her personal life lessons learned over the past 2 decades and host a lively conversation with our elders about their resilience to prevail and thrive with the support of Little Brothers Friends of the Elderly through the pandemic and beyond. Joining Neenah today and sitting to Neenah's right is Terry Dupre. Terry joined LBFE in 2020. Seated to Terry, next to Terry is Leslie Hatfield. Leslie joined LBFE in March 2017 and was matched with a visiting volunteer, Rachel Baker. Rachel is not able to join us today. And to Neenah's left is Faylene Gerhardt, who began participating in Little Brothers in 2017. And attending with Faylene is Mary Grenther. Mary is Faylene's visiting volunteer. They were matched about a year ago and have really formed a very close friendship and bond. So I'm going to welcome Neenah up to share a little insight and then also begin our fireside chat. Neenah?
Thank you. Thank you, Simone. 20 years went by really fast. I can't believe it when she said that, but we had a wonderful event. I've done a Little Brothers event in San Francisco, too. I'm very enamored of the mission of Little Brothers, and I'm really happy to meet those of you who make it happen. And thank you so much for inviting me to this conference. It means a lot to me. I was born just a couple of miles from here, so I am truly home with Little Brothers and at this event especially. The book that I wrote, and I'm not going to harp on it too much, but it changed my life, and it continues to change my life. I wrote it, it came out of a public radio project that I did that started out as a history project and ended up as life lessons for me on how to age, right? When I started it, I was 48 years old. I'm 68 now. And I was just beginning to think about my own aging. And also, I love history, and I wanted to do a project. This was the year 2000, and I wanted to talk to people who'd actually lived through the 20th century. That's what I thought I was doing, right? It ended up to be much, much more than that. I learned over time, actually, that the people I was meeting who were very outgoing, very engaging, very resilient, funny, you know, just fun to be with, 100-year-old people, which was a total surprise to me, the large number of people that were out there. But what I realize now in the 20 years was what I wasn't noticing at the time. I was so astounded to meet these people that I didn't really focus on the fact that every single one of them had family, friends, and neighbors who were making it possible for them to lead the lives that they were leading at the time, right? I saw them, I interviewed their friends and neighbors, but it wasn't until I actually became
older myself that I understood the importance of that safety net, right? So I just want to show you a couple of pictures to tell part of this story. This was my grandmother and me. I was in my 40s in this picture. She was in her 90s. And she was born in Croatia and came here to Chicago when she was 18, married my grandfather in 1920, raised 2 kids, including my dad, during the Depression in Bridgeport. My grandfather worked in the stockyards, right? So they had a pretty tough time, but they were, I don't know, you maybe can tell from the look on her face, she was tough as nails, right? Not sweet and cuddly, tough as nails. But she did want me to know about her childhood, and so I was that kind of kid, right? Some kids are just like, what was it like when you were a kid? That was me. So it's always asking those questions. And I knew a lot by the time she got this age, but I never interviewed her, right? It was somehow interviewing, because that's what I've been doing all my life, was something you did with strangers, right? And by the time I did get out my microphone and start to interview my grandmother, she couldn't tell a story anymore, right? What happened was that she got to be 99, and we were planning a birthday party, and she was telling everybody that she met, waitresses, stewardess, and every random strangers, I'm 100 years old. And we would say, Neenah, you're not 100 yet. She'd say, never mind. So we learned that was her thing, right? When she passed, she didn't make her 100th birthday. She was 99 and 9 months. When she passed, we had a service for her, and we went to the graveyard, and up on her tombstone it said, Rita Elizovich, 1902 to 2002. So she got to be 100 years old for eternity, right? It was very much her. My dad, her son, was the storyteller. He had been in radio all his life, starting here in Chicago, and he was an amazing storyteller. So I was determined, after my book came out, not to make the same mistake, right? So I started interviewing my dad when he was in his late 80s, and we did that for several years. And for him and for me, it was just a powerful, powerful experience, because he was in that time of life when he wanted to just summarize and review and reflect and give me life lessons that he had learned. And it was a chance for me to just kind of calm down a little bit and hear all of it without reacting all the time, and just to learn things that I didn't know, which I thought I knew everything. I didn't know everything, right? So between the time my book came out and now has been 21 years of constant learning, right? Based on those interviews that I did and that experience that I had talking to people. And when I'm saying talking to people, I would spend sometimes several days with people in their homes. I'd go back and back. As long as they'd let me keep coming back, I'd keep going back. So, and some of these folks, they could talk for 8 hours. And I had to learn how to listen for 8 hours. So it was a truly transformative for me in terms of being a listener and a journalist, figuring out what does that mean. And as a human being who was aging, right? Suddenly I understood what it meant to have chronic pain or to lose close family members. All of those things had been intellectual for me before. But as I, approach my 70, their words come back to me, right? So during the pandemic, the forced isolation of my situation was extreme, and they came back to me even more powerfully, right? Because so many of them were comfortable in their own skin, and I had to learn to be more comfortable in my own skin. So the bottom line for me, one more picture. This lady, this is my grandmother's daughter. On the left, her name is Marion. She did make it to 100. Last summer, she had a party that my grandmother never had with 200 people. And this January, she got on an airplane, came for a family reunion. She's radiant in her good luck, right? She's outlived most of her friends, but her children are still there near her in Tampa. And she has just reached this magical moment in her life. I think you can see it on her face. She's a joy to be with at this cruising up to 101. So my bottom line here is that I continue to learn from those conversations. I interviewed almost 50 people, and 20 some ended up in my book, right? So I continue to reflect and learn, hear their voices, see their faces. And I do believe that this engagement, this conversation, and this deep, deep connection that I had with all of those people served them well. They got a chance to tell their life stories, to have their story in a book that they could give to their family. And for me, it was equally as important. So this human connection that we make, that Little Brothers does every day, I'm not telling anybody something they don't already know, but I just want to underline it. It's so great for both parties, right? For the people who are being visited and the visitor. It is just that there's nothing to replace that. There's nothing that human beings want more than to feel that connection, that true connection with another person that they care about, right? I would urge you to read about limbic resonance if you haven't already. When I learned about it, it changed my life. It's this connection. It is a neurological phenomenon that we feel each other's brain states when we have that powerful connection. So I urge you to learn a little bit about that and to make it possible for that to happen in your life. So that's enough. This is my book today. It's still in print, right? So all those people get to be 120 now in my book, right? So it's been, I don't know how to say it other than it's been a life-changing experience for me. These people are alive in my mind, right? So I'm going to step over here now and sit down, and we're going to get to meet some of Chicago's finest Little Brothers elders, right? Okay? Let's start, right. Why don't you tell us about how you got first engaged with Little Brothers, okay?
Me?
You, yeah. Yeah. You, Terry.
Hi, my name is Terry. Briefly, I was a waiter for 30 years at a Jewish deli in Skokie, Illinois. And then I was a Spanish tutor for city colleges for 14 years. So I've been connected with people all my life. So, and I was in a family of 8. So I love people. I also like my alone time, but I love people. I got interested in Little Brothers kind of accidentally when I moved into this senior building in 2019. A couple of the elders there said, "Why don't you become involved in Little Brothers? Why don't you apply?" And I said, "What is it?" Well, they tried to explain it to me, but I said, "Okay." So I called, and they said, "Well, the wait time is 6 months." Wow. I said, "Okay, I'll wait. I'm a patient person." So 6 months later, they called me, and the rest is history. This organization has been nothing but wonderful to me, and it's been a joyful, joyful experience. It keeps me connected in ways I could never have imagined. Vacations in Batavia, Illinois with other elders. We get to feed animals, we go on field trips, we eat a lot. We are very connected with with everybody in the organization. I have a program director, an assistant program director that keep me involved, and I'm also on the Elder Advisory Committee. And I have a volunteer who connects to me every month by telephone, and then we go out for field trips sometimes, restaurants, Art Institute, the lakefront to visit. We're very connected. And it's just what this organization has done for me is immeasurable.
Great. Thank you, Terry.
Sure.
Leslie, we heard you talk a little bit earlier today about your joy of interacting with your volunteer's child, right? But go back to before then and tell us, how did you get involved with Little Brothers? How did that come about in your life?
Well, Terry and I live in the same senior building. I think it must have been in early 2017 that Little Brothers sent 2 people to our building to have a meeting. And interested people came in to find out about it. I applied and was immediately accepted. Adriana is my program coordinator, as she is Terry's. And Adriana came out in June of 2017 to see if Rachel Baker, who is my program volunteer, might be a good match. And it was magical.
Oh.
We met in the courtyard of my building on a beautiful day. And Adriana sat over here, I sat in the middle, and Rachel sat on the end. And we were just talking and discovering all these things we had in common, the flow of conversation, and Rachel told me later when she went home, she had been very unhappy with the first selection, which was through a different coordinator. The woman didn't want to go anywhere or do anything. And when she met me, she felt like the world had opened up.
Oh.
And she said, I found her. And I felt the same way.
Oh,
and our very, very first outing, we went to Highland Park, which I knew well when I had a car. And it was a beautiful day. We drove down Sheridan Road to a restaurant I knew well on Portland Square with stained glass windows. And I said, you have to have the blueberry pancakes. And we sat on the patio. The sun was streaming in. And we look to repeating that trip, this time with her daughter.
Yeah, I love seeing your face when you tell that story, because I could see how deeply it has affected you. That moment, seeing the light come in the windows.
We have grown to love one another. At the very beginning, when we would go on outings before she had her daughter, I'd always say hello to Simon, her husband. And so after about 2 months, I got an invitation to go to their first apartment for dinner.
Nice.
And Simon made a dinner and asked me of 2 recipes which I would like. And I said, meatless lasagna sounds interesting. And I met their cat named Duck. And Rachel said, Duck doesn't like me very much, but he loves my husband. So I said, you know, you have to talk to Duck in your mind. So before coming over, I spoke to Duck in my mind because I had a cat at home. And I said, Duck, I'm coming. I love cats. And I know you'll probably be afraid, and I'll try not to make you afraid. But I'll be very gentle if you allow me to. So Duck was at the front door when I came in. And I just slowly put my hand down, and she sniffed it. And then she jumped up on the sofa next to me, and Rachel and Simon went,
She doesn't do that, right?
yeah.
She connected to you.
And they said, what's going on? And I'll tell you what, I said to them, I spoke to her.
Good. I'm going to hear more about that. Let's meet Faylene and Mary, right? Now, these two have been visiting for a while, right? Tell us about yourself a little bit, Faylene, and how you got in like connected with Little Brothers.
Well, I worked in a factory for 30-some years. Then when it closed, I went to a mental health center, and I volunteered there for 20 years. I did ceramics and taught painting.
Wow.
And then when that closed, but then I was getting disabled. I have a bad spine, and I got to where I couldn't walk to the store. I live alone, and I'm 90 years old, and so I finally got some help. And Mary here, she comes once a week, and I have somebody to talk to. And that's about all I know.
Mary, tell us your side of this relationship.
Well, I found out about Little Brothers from another person. I was on another not-for-profit board, and he kept on talking about Little Brothers, and finally I said, okay, tell me about it, give me information. So he said, well, here I know the lady who's going to be doing, this is like on a Tuesday, she's going to be doing an orientation on Thursday. And so he said, can you go? And I said, yeah, sure. I was retired at the time. So I signed up, and so I went to the orientation. In orientation, they said, okay, when can you begin? And which kind of, whoa, I thought, all right, I'd been waiting for other people to get back to me, but they got back right away. And so then I started basically on January of 2019 is when I started. And I picked up and took Faylene to a couple of parties. And she said, like you were saying, they eat a lot, eating a lot of food. Great camaraderie too, bands, these little bands, and people were dancing on the floor. It was a lot of fun. And I remember picking up Faylene a couple of times, and finally I thought, she's a really nice lady. I really like her a lot. And so I said, Faylene, I'm going to ask Tracy if I can have you as my elder. And turns out she, in turn, asked Tracy if I could be her elder. And so we've been, for at least a couple of years, we've gone through COVID together, the whole thing. And how did you start with Little Brothers? How did you start with them?
What do you mean?
How did you get into Little Brothers?
A friend of mine had got into Little Brothers, and she had told me about it, and then I called, and that's when I started.
Faylene, were you at all hesitant to do that? Did it seem, when you heard about Little Brothers, did you say, oh, that's for me? Or did you?
No, I was leery about it.
You were leery, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know why you were leery? Do you know why you were leery about it?
Well, I didn't know about it. I didn't know anything about it. And so people kept coming and talking to me and everything, so. And I just wished that I'd have joined years before.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, so your resistance went away.
Oh, yeah. They've been very good to me. helped me get a denture, and then I got a bone that come up and I couldn't wear it, and so I went to a specialist, and he pulled the bone. He didn't pull the bone, he pulled the bone that where my teeth go, so I could never get a denture again.
Oh, boy.
And so that has been a bad thing for me.
Yeah, yeah.
And
But what kind of difference does it make in your life, Aileen, to have Mary come and visit with you once a week?
oh yeah,
What's the difference?
I needed somebody to talk to, you know, because I live alone. And since I couldn't get out and walk places, I always walked everywhere I went. And since I got to the point where I couldn't, I was really lonely, you know.
You felt lonely.
Yeah, so she come and she talks to me, and or she'll take me to the store somewhere, you know, so it means a lot.
You look forward to it.
Yeah.
Can you imagine not having it now that it's been several years now, three years?
Yeah, well, I have another woman that comes and helps me Wednesdays and Thursdays.
Mhm.
It took me a year to get somebody. I really had a hard time till I got somebody.
Yeah.
And
Do you think you'll stick with it for a while?
huh?
You think you're going to stick with it?
Oh, yeah. If they let me.
If they let you. If they let you. What about you, Terry? Tell me, what's the difference in your life? What difference does it make after you've had a visit with a volunteer? How do you feel afterwards?
Oh, I feel wonderful. I feel very good about myself. I feel good about them. And it's just a very joyful experience. It's indescribable.
Talk more about that, Terry. You said you feel good about yourself after you've had a conversation with somebody. How long do they usually stay?
45 minutes to an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just pure joy to be around them.
Mm.
And then afterwards, you feel exhilarated.
Mm-hmm.
And it just makes me feel wonderful.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And it's once a week? Is that how often you have a visitor?
It depends.
Mm-hmm.
Once a week, every couple of weeks. Yeah, it's just really fantastic.
Have you ever had a volunteer who you just talked to on the phone?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
And does that work for you too?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Even just a phone call is helpful.
Yeah, yeah. Are you a storyteller, Terry? Do you like to talk about your life or do you talk about things in the world or sports or your family? What do you like to talk about?
Well, I'll tell you what I like to talk about: sports and politics.
Okay, okay. So they have to be read up a little bit
Oh,
when they
absolutely.
come to see you, right?
Absolutely.
Right, or you fill them in on what's going on.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm very passionate about both.
Yeah, in Chicago I could see that, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Right. What about you, Leslie? What are your favorite things to talk about? And when you have a good visit with somebody, describe what that's been like. What's a good visit like?
Well, there have been a variety of things that have happened. We've gone out to restaurants before the baby was born, and we did it alone. We had a number of favorite restaurants, but she would suggest some new ones for us too. And then when the baby was born, we would incorporate the baby. We would, during COVID, she was much more careful because she didn't want to bring anything home to the baby, so it had to be outside. We would talk over the telephone. we would set up Zoom meetings.
You did?
Oh, yes. And they were kind of like play dates with the little one. And
So it was you and the baby on the Zoom? And you would talk to the baby and...
Oh, yeah. But by then she was more of a toddler, and she was playing with her things. She had dresses that she liked to dress up in. And the things that really touched my heart were when my beloved cat.
Yeah, I get that.
He was 16 years old.
That's a long time.
And the last year that he lived, he was very sick with kidney disease and another disease, and thin as a rail. And it was a lingering death. And when he finally died, and my girlfriend and I took him west of here to a Paul's facility to be cremated. Of course, Rachel and Simon knew. And when it got back to the building with ashes, the security guard had some flowers at the front desk, and I said, "Those are beautiful." And she said, "They're for you."
Oh.
And she had sent these flowers.
Rachel did.
Yeah, and she signed Rachel and Simon and her daughter. And I took a picture of them with this box of ashes and the ashes from my previous cat, and a statue of a kneeling kneeling angel that I bought at this nursery while we were waiting for him to be cremated. So I have a sanctuary on my buffet, and when I was having problems with my bipolar niece, who occasionally becomes reclusive, and I hadn't heard from her in about 3 years, and it made me very sad. Again, Rachel is so sensitive. She and her husband sent me a beautiful bouquet of flowers, which I took pictures of also. So there's this incredible relationship between her husband and me, and now his mother, because he was born in England, and that's where they are right now. Otherwise, Rachel wouldn't have been here, but she prepared this paragraph of her feelings about our relationship. And this paragraph, you wouldn't believe the depths of love between all of us. Simon's mother, who I've seen on several occasions when she's come from England, now considers me to be extended family. And of course, the feeling is mutual.
That's a beautiful story.
Yeah.
That's a really beautiful story.
Yeah. This is my second set of extended family, so they're treasured friends, all of them.
Yeah. I wanted to ask, do we have a few more minutes?
We're getting a number of questions
online,
and one of the things that I'd like to, because several people have asked this question, I think it would be a good opportunity, is to, all of you as older adults have lived very rich lives, and it seems that people are interested, what would you tell your younger self? Neenah has looked back on 20 years. If you look back 20 years ago, what would you tell yourselves? What would those lessons be that you would impart to the audience today?
I would say be aware of your feelings. Don't be afraid. Work them through. Be aware that you are going to change from what you were 20 years ago to a richer self, a more confident self. Don't be afraid to change. Don't be afraid to reach out to people and develop your intuition to know who will become friends. Discard the toxic people. Don't be sorry about it because you don't need this in your life. But always be willing to grow, explore, enrich yourself.
Terry?
I would say don't sweat the small stuff. It's all small stuff. I have a therapist. I go to therapy once a month, and she says I'm the most resilient single person she knows. She didn't say elder. She said single person. I would tell myself, be honest, be kind, and reach out to people. Constantly reach out.
Faylene, how would you answer that question? What would you, 20 years ago?
I wouldn't have got married.
Okay. All right. That covers a lot of territory, right? Yeah. I was going to ask you, Mary, you're in a position much younger, right? And now you're visiting with people who are 20 years older than you.
Yes.
Somewhat, I talked about that a little bit, how I learned so much. Talk about what this has been for you as a volunteer.
Yes, this has been tremendous for me because I find that, I'm healthy, I'm getting around, and I realize I'm 77. And I would, down the road, I might not have my eyesight. I might not have be able to drive myself anymore. And so being with this lady has taught me resilience because she has never owned a car. She either walked or took public transportation her entire life. And I take care of other people in other organizations. She walks without a cane. And she is just totally amazing to me that because she walks so much, so that's one thing. Keep walking. Keep moving.
Faylene, what do you think about that? Did you expect to be teaching somebody else how to grow older?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
I've always tried to keep doing something,
Yeah.
keep busy.
Yeah.
I plant a lot of flowers out in the yard.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Even though I'm not able,
You're
I
a
try to
gardener.
do it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Tell about walking up and down the stairs to do your laundry.
Yeah.
She lives up in the attic.
I live on a high
Basement is where
second
the
floor,
laundry is, and she walks
and
up
I have
and
to
down.
go up and down
That's how she
like 3 flights of stairs to go to the laundry.
Right.
And everybody keeps saying, you shouldn't do that, but I think I should because it keeps me active,
Right.
keeps my legs working.
Right. Right. Do you have a lot of, you're 90 years old now. Are you losing friends and family at this age?
I don't have family. I have a son, but he's disabled, so I don't have anybody.
Yeah, so this fills a big part of your life
Yeah.
for you, right?
And losing these teeth is the worst thing that's happened because can't eat out,
Can't eat as well.
can't eat very well, and
Right. But I would think that it's really important to have somebody to talk this through
oh
with,
yeah,
right?
that's the
Because
most
it's a
important
big change.
thing. Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
Right. Is it hard for you sometimes to talk about your feelings?
yeah.
Yeah.
Because I've had such a bad life that I know people wouldn't believe it. I've had 15 surgeries. Wow. And now I think I have cancer of the tongue.
Oh, boy.
I'm supposed to find that out in 2 weeks. And I don't know.
So going through these big changes with somebody else to work it through is really powerful for you, right? I can tell. Yeah. Yeah, well, we'll be thinking of you and hope it goes well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to ask Terry one more question, Terry. So when you're still very active and out and about, right?
Oh, very much so.
Yeah.
I walk 20 minutes to an hour a day. I do 400 sit-ups a day,
What?
sometimes 500,
Wow. Wow.
to keep my core in
Yeah.
shape.
How is that core? How's it working?
Well,
Core,
if
I mean, core strength is vital to your health.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, it's working well.
Good.
I'm, you know, I stay connected with people, and I think that's very important.
Yeah.
Facebook and email is very important. I have a Facebook friend who is headlining a show in Las Vegas, and for my 75th birthday, I'm going out to see him.
Well, let me ask you, Terry, since you're so active and you are out in the world, right? You don't have a real isolation problem.
I do
right?
not.
Right? So what does Little Brothers do for you? Like what role in your life does that play? Because you're able to go out and make friends and meet new people on your own.
Yes, but Little Brothers adds a dimension that is just so important and so beautiful. On Thanksgiving, they brought me my meal, and they wanted me to have a visit with someone I didn't know, and I was a little nervous about that. But she said, well, we don't have to visit. And then I found out we had a lot in common. And we both had a love for Spanish. And so we visited for almost an hour.
Yeah.
And it was very beautiful. And I felt very good about that.
Yeah. But you're able to give back too, right? It's an outlet for you to give back.
Well, yes, I think it's important you have to give and receive.
Yeah, yeah. We're coming to the end here, and I don't know if we can take questions from the audience. Can we do that, Simone? Does anybody have any questions for, yeah.
So I have one of my good friends. Her mother just moved to Chicago, and I've been encouraging her, and she's been trying to encourage her mother to join, but she's really hesitant. Is there, and I know that you were saying that you were very hesitant at first. Is there anything that we could offer to get her to take the chance on Little Brothers?
Faylene, could you hear that question? Her question was like, she knows somebody who's very reluctant to join Little Brothers and get involved. And what can we say to people who may be nervous about it? How can we encourage them, or what can we say to somebody to offer them?
I don't know. After I joined, I was thrilled to have people I could talk to and something to look forward to.
Yeah. They shouldn't be hesitant.
I've got a lot of friends, since I joined.
Yeah, a lot more friends than you had before.
Oh, yeah, much more.
Yeah, it's important. What about you, Terry? I think you are pretty clear that Little Brothers is a great thing. What specific advice would you give to somebody who's reluctant?
Jump in. Don't. It's just a wonderful organization. You can't lose.
I think that's a great note for us to end on, because I think, first of all, I'd like to thank Neenah for kicking off our chat today, and all of our elder members who are part of Little Brothers. Thank you. We would not have been able to do this without you, so thank you. And lastly, I think that it's a good point of wisdom about jumping in. I think that when you look about what Dr. Jeremy Nobel said, that it's a human condition to be a little bit reluctant, but once you actually jump in, it's amazing what can happen. And so I think if we all kind of take that in our lives today and going forward, we will lead richer lives. So we're going to end it here, and we're going to reconvene in 15 minutes, right at 11 o'clock for our final segment. So enjoy some coffee, and then come on back and we'll get set up for Ann Bastings. Thank you.
Welcome back. It's about 11. If we could reconvene. Okay. It would be great if people would return to their seats, please. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thanks everybody for coming back promptly. I'm Linda Watson. I'm a member of Little Brothers Friends of the Elderly Board. And it's my great pleasure today to be able to introduce Ann Bastings. I think most of us are familiar with the term and the phrase, meeting people where they are. And the idea is that by listening intentionally to the values, needs, and desires of others, we can somehow bridge gaps between our expectations and where other people are actually coming from. Listening and using what we hear is widely acknowledged, I think, by all of us as a very effective way to communicate and connect, certainly with each other and certainly with the elders that we all serve. But how do we actually do that? Sometimes easier to talk about as a concept than to actually put into practice. Well, that's why we're so fortunate to have Dr. Ann Basting with us today. She will be sharing her extensive work on how to use creativity and innovative practices to help us better meet our elders where they are. In addition to being a professor of English at the University of Wisconsin, Ann is a writer, an artist, and an advocate for the power of creativity to transform lives. She is the founder of Time Slips, a nonprofit dedicated to training, inspiring, and supporting caregivers to infuse creativity into care. Her books include Creative Care, a revolutionary approach for elder and dementia care, and Penelope, an arts-based odyssey to transform elder care. Ann has received a MacArthur Genius Fellowship Award. She's a TED Talk presenter and was recently featured in a Wall Street Journal first-person interview. She's been widely recognized along with many other awards and grants for her innovative work. Please join me in welcoming Ann Bastings to this year's symposium.
I'm going to rearrange a little bit. Can you hear me? Good. Oh, good. Oh my God, it's so hard to go third. Oh. I mean, truly, I was sitting there on break, like writing, okay, I have to say this because he said this and that. Now I just give up. I'm just going to give my talk and let you do that because that'll be your creative work for today. I also just want to start and say what an incredible learning experience I've had this morning as well from the two speakers and the panel, and also just learning about Little Brothers and the organization. And I just feel I promise not to do that again, tech people. I just feel really lucky to have been here for today. So thank you for inviting me. I will do one little connection to Neenah's story, which is that I think we had the same grandmother. And I do want to start out with a little story about that. Can you see this bracelet? It's my favorite. I call it my Wonder Woman bracelet. It's actually, I don't know how much longer I'll be able to keep, it's very skinny, so I like stop bullets with it. When I graduated from college, I went to see my grandmother in Shawano, Wisconsin, and she said, well, I picked out a lapel pin for you down at the jewelry store, so go walk downtown and go pick it up. And I walked down and I looked at it and I was like, what's a lapel? I don't know. And I walked back, I was like, Grandma, it's really nice. I don't own a lapel. I don't know when I would wear this. And now I do, actually. I probably would. And she said, well, what do you want? And I said, well, I want that beautiful bracelet of yours that is made up of melted down silver dollars and turquoise from when she was a nurse on a horseback riding trip for women across the Navajo territories in Arizona in the 1920s. That's Grandma. She said, that's too good for you. Did we have the same grandmother? Yeah. I was like, okay. But by the end of that weekend, I was up there and we did things like, watch the news together and watch Gigi and old movies and talk and go for walks. And she would tell me all these stories of growing up on a ranch in Montana. And I just understood. I relished her company. And she gave me, as you can tell, gave me the bracelet. So fast forward a couple of years later, I went up to go visit her, and she had had a stroke that had completely taken her ability to read. She was a voracious reader. She could no longer tell stories. She couldn't speak. She did manage to torture the poor people who cared for her in her home by turning down the heat to incredibly low, drove them crazy. And eventually she needed more care and was in a nursing home. She actually she was the managing night nurse at the Northwestern Hospital down here. She at 18 got on a train from Montana to Chicago and went to nursing school, and then ended up getting swept off her feet by a country doctor and taken up to Shawano, which she told everybody she was from Chicago. Lots and lots of family stories that I have that I learned very quickly that I could engage. That storytelling is a shared act. She taught me that in the nursing home when I went to visit her, and she only had a sound. She could make the sound tss, 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 and then she could kind of point her finger. And I would have to start out by saying, okay, is it someone outside of this building or inside the building? Outside the building. Okay. Is it someone in town or out of town? Okay, out of town. She would guide me with her sound and her finger. And about 45 minutes later, I would end up with a very specific piece of information. In this case, it was that I was to go to the bottom desk drawer in her house and get an envelope that had a return address that would tell me how to contact a cousin of mine who was a clinical psychologist, which is what she thought I should be. Enough of this arts crap. You need a real career. That was Grandma, who even without the ability to speak or read or anything could boss me around. It really also taught me that story is in between people. And that is a little bit of the work that I've done since then. And since then also finding myself on a locked unit of an Alzheimer's wing, where I found that story based on reminiscence and tell me a little bit about who you were and what you used to do really bred more shame than engagement. And I had to come up with a way to invite the person and for me to be in the present moment, even though that present moment was hard, a hard place to be. And I found this thing called improvisation, which I knew about. I just had never done it on a locked Alzheimer's unit. And that 28 years ago was the beginning of a career. And I don't think I would have gotten there without Grandma bossing me with her finger and me realizing that story actually is shaped. It's really a creative act to invite someone into story and to listen. boy, Neenah, you are such a good, active listener. It was a master class in watching the facilitation as well as the stories that came out. Just incredibly beautiful. So a little bit of what I'm going to do today is walk you through what I call the building of the creative confidence in all of us as natural storytellers and facilitators of story, and why we do that. That's the first thing I hear. Oh, but I'm not creative. But when I hear that, and who here thinks they struggle with being creative? Anybody? Yeah. Yeah. So I like to say, who here is breathing? Anybody? Anybody breathing? We're all creative. It is actually one of the attributes that makes us uniquely human, that human beings are a creative species. We can actually imagine the future, which is what creativity is. Imagining something that isn't there, that is something we can do. And the modes of expression of it are varied in range. I would say there's a few more than 4 ways of doing it. Being in the theater, did not seeing that up there in the top 4, but I think that there's myriad and almost endless possibilities for creative expression. The arts are actually something that I like to say is really super helpful. It's just an emotional and symbolic language. That is all it is. It's learning to express inside of an emotional and symbolic language. So when I hear I'm not creative, I actually hear I'm in a routine that doesn't feel creative. Or to me, creativity is for professional artists, right? That's what I assume creativity is, and I'm not a professional artist, so therefore I'm not creative. Or care work is hard, I don't have time for that. As though it's separate and it's not embedded in every single action that a caregiver takes or that a human being takes. I'm too stressed to feel creative, as though somehow creativity is the opposite. And I think Dr. Nobel's talk, you understood that creativity is the solution to reduce stress. So it's sort of one of those or chasing the tail. So again, every human being is creative. It's how we unlock it that is the challenge. So in this picture, I like to say, if you asked someone, do you want to do an art project with me? What would be the first response? What is it? No. And I learned this because I've done a lot of large-scale creative projects in care settings, so like congregate care settings, assisted living, skilled care. The Penelope book that was mentioned really came from a multi-year project in a long-term care community to reimagine Homer's Odyssey from the perspective of his wife Penelope in all levels of care together. So a skilled care, assisted, independent, and adult day, because that 1 mile long, like acreage, huge long-term care community had never collaborated on anything. They were operating like separate little planets in a solar system. So I had to learn. There I could say, do you want to do an art project? And people would say, sure, we'll put it in the activity programming. It'll make sense there, right? But when we were trying to do this with older people living at home alone, do you want to do an art project? Nope. And they could say no, and they should say no, because who's this weird artist asking them to do an art project, right? But instead, I learned to ask, I have a beautiful question. Do you want to hear it? What do you say to that? Oh, yeah, what the heck is a beautiful question? I can answer a question. And the question becomes the way, the art of facilitation to invite someone to express and share with you, right? I'm doing this simultaneously on here, but I think I can do it just this way. Here's another thing. people assume that when you invite someone into creativity with you, it's really about that other person's creativity, that that's where it happens. And I have really done a lot of research into the reorientation of that thinking, which I think will be helpful. So this drawing comes from a writer named Ursula Le Guin. Do people know Ursula Le Guin? Really kind of a science fiction writer, really funny and eloquent. And she says this is figure 1 of how people assume communication happens. So there's box A and box B, and then they transfer information from one to the other, right? She said this is completely really not what happens at all. It's much more like amoeba sex. That's what she says. And I think, you know, we all need to think about amoeba sex. So instead, it's an exchange that's happening. And right there is something new that's being created, right? So something is being created new out of the exchange of the listening and the telling. This is what she says. Listening is not a reaction, it's a connection. Listening to a conversation or a story, we don't so much respond as join in and become part of the action. That's my little bad drawing. I like to encourage you to feel as though you're all creative by my terrible stick figure drawings. So inviting and listening are creative acts in and of themselves. So also part of my journey in inviting people into creativity over the last many years, people with profound cognitive challenges, people just living on their own, just people who might be a little underconnected, we called it. Instead of lonely, we said, are you underconnected? Yeah, I think so. Because I think the other way to think about loneliness as why people resist it is because it's confused between an experience and an identity. And when people ask you, are you lonely? It sounds like, are you a lonely person? Like that is going to define who you are as an identity. And that is not how people would identify themselves. But I might experience this thing maybe in a cyclical way every now and then when the weather gets bad or seasonally or something. And when you think of it more in those terms, it's helpful because then you can identify, oh, it's happening again. Here's what I do when that happens, instead of being afraid of taking on a lonely identity. So one of the things that's happened to me in this journey is that my mother, I started out in my 20s doing this work. No one in my family other than my grandmother, who lost the ability to speak, really had this experience. And now I've been dealing with my mother, which has made a really incredible opportunity for both of us to teach each other how to be in this space together in caregiving, easing isolation. She will tell me, I am lonely. And I'll be like, okay, what do we do? How do we do this? And how do I use all of my creative skills to address it? So this picture comes from one day, and then also the improvisation skills. One day I went to go visit her, and we have this routine. I don't know how it started. When I was younger, she would greet people by saying, hoo-hoo, and then you'd say, hoo-hoo, back to her. So I come around the corner on her memory unit, and I say, hoo-hoo, and if she responds, I know, how she responds, I know how she's doing. So I come around the corner, and I say, hoo-hoo, she goes, hoo-hoo, and I go, okay, Mom, here's what we're gonna do today. Let's go for a walk. Okay, let's go for a walk, and every few feet, I'm gonna stop you and ask you to find something beautiful. Okay, let's do it. She has a hard time walking, so she has her magic nitro walker with the seat on it, which I want one. I think these things are awesome. So this is the first photograph of that. That's the second one. And then we would just talk about what's beautiful. She would trace it with her finger. She'd point to the colors, the textures. This I don't know, I thought it was just a coffee table. No, Mom liked the curve and the thickness of it. This was just the upholstery on a chair in the lobby area, which, you know what, it really is beautiful. This is a really weird side table that she really liked. That was some plants. And she made me take that photograph 3 or 4 times because it wasn't capturing the light quite the right way. And so she wanted me to do it again. That one she approved of. This one, she specifically wanted that angle of the bowl from the top, right? So it's like seeing in perspective and what is catching the eye. And then at the end, there we are, right? This was so simple, and we were laughing. It was kind of amazing. And I think one we'll do again and again. So inspiration is everywhere. It can be really hard, particularly when you're working with people who might be starting to experience cognitive challenges, whether those manifest in challenges with memory or executive function, as Jeremy was talking about, that we learn to be able to meet the person without going back into who they were necessarily, but sharing and opening the moment as a way to inspire connection and meaning making together. And that is sort of has become a little bit of my superpower. Thank you, Grandma, for the bracelet. I'm going to invite you to do a little tiny example of this just now, which is just, and this room's actually, compared to some of the conference rooms I'm in, this room has some really interesting shapes. Just find something around the room that just draws your eye. Like, what shape draws your eye? Okay, we'll do that for a second. And for the people at home, look around the room at home and see if there's a shape in your room that draws your eye. Otherwise, you can do it, in the virtual world too. Okay, well, I have to go with this thing over here. Take your finger and just trace that object with your finger. Okay, this is weird, I know. Bear with me. Now take all your fingers and trace it. Okay. Now your whole arm. Can you do it? Okay. Now make it as big as you can, right? How big can you do this with your arm? Everybody has different ways, Okay. Now one more. Pick a totally different part of your body. I'm going to use my head just to be extra weird. You don't have to get that weird. And outline it with that part of your body. Ready? Okay, that's weird. Feels weird. So one of the things I would do is invite people to turn to the person next to them and tell them which object they picked, and then show them, do it together, invite them to outline that thing with you. So you'll do 2 outlines, yours and the other person's, unless for some strange reason you picked the same object. Then you'll really just do one object, okay? So just a person next to you and outline that object together and tell them what it is. one more tiny little piece of this is just, if you can, just wordlessly together. I'm like, between the two of you, say which one we're going to start with, and then move into the second one. And then just do it together. You can do it with whichever piece of the body you want to do it with. I'm imagining mostly we'll use your hands. We'll go right to the conservative one. And then just move through it together. And I'm just going to, if you would, just take a second to like try that. And then we'll watch each other, like we'll have this section do it all at the same time, and then this section, and then that section. Because you guys don't get to see what I see from up here, which is that it's not funny, it's really beautiful, actually. It's really beautiful. So just take a second to practice it, moving from one into the other object. It really, really will never be perfect, so we don't have to worry about that. Do you want me to start over here? Are you guys okay starting? You guys are okay? All right, this section, ready? I wish I had music, I apologize. And go. Oh, we're so focused over there. That is amazing. That is amazing. All right, in this room, in this group, it's a lot of finger pointing. Awesome, thank you. And over here. All right, you guys, thank you so much for playing with me. I know it takes people out of a comfort zone a little bit. Tell me a little bit about, and I'll echo in case people can't hear, what did that feel like? What did that feel like? It was fun. It might have been torturous for some people, so I don't want to assume it was fun for everyone. It was a connector? Freeing. Perspective.
Not having a partner made a huge difference. I know certainly not doing it alone, but having a partner felt like a performance and a connection.
So she said having a partner actually really changed it. That, when doing it myself, I'm outlining it. But then all of a sudden it became something more connected and unified and a different level for a partner. Anyone else?
I felt like we were learning to synchronized swim.
Like synchronized swimming, yeah.
The three of us actually all picked the same object. Well, a mask. We each picked a different mask on the bottom row than on the wall. So it was just interesting.
Right? Yeah. So sometimes it's amazing that you pick similar objects. Your eyes are drawn, and they are really interesting. So I give you that. Anything else? You can see, and look, I'm going to do one of those transitions from Dr. Nobel's talk. You can see the making and the sharing and the reflecting process all inside of that, and how actually the sharing does something different. You could actually feel that and what it does. And he and I talk about differently because he's seeing it from a medical perspective. I see it as more in a social science perspective, which is something called social capital, which is that one of the things that happens when you fall out of the productive economic structure that is so valued in our culture, right? How do you make value? How do people measure your value? That's another reason why the arts are so powerful, and why I think that example of selling on Instagram resonates and it kind of vibrates as something interesting, is because we can make things out of nothing through the arts, and yet we're contributing something new. The definition of creativity is something new that has value, making something new that has value. And it doesn't have to be monetary, right? It can be something else. But by sharing what we make, we're back in somehow the cultural value sector. It's a creation of cultural capital, right? You're empowered and you make something that you can share with other people, right? That's a long conversation, but let's see. So 1998 is really the time that I started Time Slips, which people asked me about the name of the nonprofit, and it began with a grant project for a fellowship, and I called it the Interactive Intergenerational Storytelling Project with people with dementia and people with Alzheimer's and related dementias. And I used to joke, you can't answer the phone with that. It's not. So it was a permission that chronological order doesn't matter. You know, in the emotional and symbolic languages that we were using, you could be in 5 places at the same time. That really wasn't about chronology. And so Time Slips became the name. And it's kind of poetic and playful, and people are like, what is that? So that's why I called it that. And over the course of the 25 years now, we've boiled it down to this little communication loop, which is that you open with a beautiful question. Yes, and is the root of improvisation, which drives the whole process forward. So yes, and is observing everything that's being given in a moment. So you're listening, you're watching, you're feeling, and you're adding to whatever is coming at you with a positive thing, right? So you're saying yes, and then you offer what's called proof of listening, which that is what I settled on. There's all kinds of different things about listening that you'll hear: authentic listening, I don't know, deep listening. People add a lot of adjectives in front of listening. I call it proof of listening because you're demonstrating to the other person that they've been heard. And you can do that in all kinds of different ways. That's why I said it was like a master class with Neenah, because you could tell she was adding something on, yet echoing what the person was saying, building off of what they're saying, making eye contact. What I train people to do is actually write down what's being said so that the person can, if they're having trouble with cognition and they can't hear very well, they can read it on their own time and correct it and change it. So the proof of listening is part of that cycle. And then the whole thing creates a product that demonstrates your commitment and value to that process. So something comes out of it, and you make it into a book of stories, or you make it into, you write it down on a little index card, but you take the time to actually draw a little boundary, border around the index card, and you take care of that index card. It doesn't have to be expensive, but it demonstrates your commitment and the value of that creativity that's come out, okay? So a little bit more. The beautiful questions are questions, and this notion of curiosity, the way I say it is that it opens a sense of wonder. And wonder is you just don't know the answer. There is no right or wrong answer. It is something that opens your mind to wonderment. Again, no wrong answers. The yes and, accept what is given, add to it positively, and the proof of listening, echoing what the person is saying, writing it down, reacting and altering behavior. So just some examples. What is beautiful to you? That was the question I asked my mom in that moment with her nitro walker walking around the floor. Right now, what is beautiful to you? What shape in this room do you find interesting? You can see how I'm using beautiful questions all the time. So here's one that I actually open up to you to ask. Where do you connect to nature? Do you want to just talk to the person you were doing the weird shape with and ask them where they connect to nature? All right. And I'll pull us all back. I have another question. See, you can't stop once you start. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm going to ask one more. I'm going to risk opening this up to you guys another time. Clearly, it's working. Anybody want to give a little synopsis of like where people connect to nature? Where did you connect to nature?
I said the Lake Michigan.
Lake Michigan. Yep. Yeah.
Well, when I opened up the door in the morning to take my dog out, fresh air, trees outside, smell of it.
There it is. It can be so simple, right? What else? Anybody else? Yeah. You're supposed to say what you... She wants you to say what you said.
I connect to nature at the Lincoln Park Conservatory.
Oh, that's beautiful. It's really...
We were talking about a variety of different areas, but they were natural, and we all agreed on the same locations, but when he said the Lincoln Park Conservatory, I said with not many people around.
Yeah, with not many people around. So it's like a little special place to you. I'm going to walk you through a couple more of these just to give you an idea of some of the beautiful questions that we've used. Then I'll tell you the systems that we've worked through. Whoop. When do you feel awe? And this is actually one of my favorite activities to do. When I give a talk, I'll start and I'll say, take out your phone and text someone that you know really well and just ask them this question. Don't explain it. Again, I love doing slightly weird things that kind of take people out of their comfort zone. And then put your phone on silent and then see at the end of the talk what people say. And it's so incredible to hear all the responses and how, and people say, good question, or who's this? Or, no, I'm just kidding. It's really a great thing to do. It's really fun. What gives you joy? right? And the other thing you can feel inside the beautiful questions is that they're designed to build on strengths. They're inviting out expressions of strength. What gives or has given you a sense of purpose? I think we heard that. That could have been the talk, like the title of the last panel. And then how do you build on and evolve the stories? So if you asked, you can feel a little bit about what you could do building on the answers that come out so that you can get to that place where you're sharing. Make an ode to joy. If you get a list of all the things that give you joy, create a poem that includes all those things that you would call an ode to joy. And poems, just so you know, poems can be really bad. Poems don't have to be good. You don't have to, this funny thing, my grandmother, her generation would write poems all the time. And then suddenly somewhere along the line you had to have an MFA in order to write a poem. And I think we're coming back. It's really nice to see that people feel that it's just using words imagistically is a poem. That's really all it is. And you can really do it any way you want. For the question about awe, create an awe journal, right? Just take a blank journal, and what I did with my mom was I love index cards, blank index cards, and I just taped it to the journal front, and I put Sally's Book of Awe. I have a lot of Sally's books. And we just write down what fills you with awe. And then she can also draw next to it with some pencils that I left for her. I love creating miniature scenes and collages. You could do that for the scenes of nature. You can do that for a lot of different things, micro scenes that give you joy, or draw bad stick figures. That's another thing. Learning just little drawings of bad stick figures goes a long way. Layer stories with movement and sound. You had a little bit of practice on that. If I would have really dove in, the other thing you can do is stories by sound only. So just like I had you echo the space just with a shape, we could listen to this room and what sounds do we hear? And echo those sounds, and you make a soundscape for the room that you're in. That is actually really vivid sometimes in the neighborhoods when you've got a lot of different sounds, bird sound, traffic sound, and things like that. So you can layer stories with movement and sound. You can do it alone, or you can collaborate together, or this is oftentimes where it's really incredible to collaborate with artists. We are all creative and have the capacity for this, but artists have an extra layer. They have an extra gear that sometimes can just bring our own work into this other level all entirely. And that is some of the stories that I'm going to tell you now. So this project, I did something very similar, working with a system that's really similar to Little Brothers in Milwaukee in 2014. After doing the Penelope project, in which we staged this beautiful play, it was a reimagining of Homer's Odyssey, and we wanted to see how we could bring creative engagement to people living alone at home. The first thing we did was study the systems. So what are the systems in place reaching people who are living alone and who might be underconnected? So we actually did ride-alongs with the meal delivery system, which is now our Meals on Wheels system. We had telephone well checks, much like you all do. So we studied that system, telephone reassurance program, companion visits, home care, and then we figured out where and how we could insert the sort of a creative feedback loop. How do you get the questions out? How do you get the answers back? How do you build on them and then share them back so that people know that they're part of something much bigger? So we designed these little cards that went out with the meals. We called it a little bit of extra nutrition with the meal. And so the meal drivers, we trained them in all how we designed the questions. They helped us design the questions. They loved this because they were dropping off a meal and they really wanted to engage, but they only had, they had a lot of meals to deliver. So they're on this quick timeline. And what could they do? So if they didn't have time, they could ask the question, they could call an 800 number and leave the answer together, or the person could write on it and then the driver could pick it up the next time. So we had this whole art of a feedback loop of how to get the answers back. What you see actually here was then we shared it publicly this is the Milwaukee City Hall. It's this crazy, if you haven't been there, it's worth a road trip, I gotta say. Not something you'd normally think of. It's 8 floors of an atrium with beautiful wrought iron railings. My job was to dump all the questions out on the 8th floor, and I was a little vertigo up there, but we built a huge island, a styrofoam island down in the bottom with listening stations, and then we had these interactive card stations that had all the writing from about 3,000 different handwritten cards that people sent back. Really beautiful handwriting, so emotional to see people's effort in the handwriting on the cards. Here are some of the meal drivers. And on the handwritten cards, we worked with an artist who could capture, I don't know how, it's a magic thing, again, through some software. You capture the handwriting, and then she took them all and put them on these posters that you see, and then we gave those back to the meal drivers so they could see all of the answers that came out as well. And here's some of the listening stations that we made, 20 little radio pieces out of the audio that came back from the 800 numbers. And then we also created these listening stations so you could hear people's voices. Again, 22 weekly radio segments, 12 monthly newsletters, 2,500 handwritten cards, and then the performance in the exhibit at City Hall. Here is a beautiful question that was used to prompt another project I'll show you shortly. If you could look outside your window and see anything you wish, what would you want to see and why? And I'll just ask that of the whole group and have you just shout out something. What would you want to see outside your window? Anything you want. The pyramids. We're playing with imagination now. Anyone else? The ocean. On a calm day? Yeah, ocean. Doesn't matter. Just give me that ocean. Anything else? Anything you want.
Is it the Aurora Borealis?
The Northern Lights? Yeah, that would be amazing. I want actually the shutters that I can open one window and it's the ocean. There's the pyramids. There's the Aurora Borealis, right? You can have it all. All right. With this project, this happened, you can imagine we had done that project in 2014, so when the pandemic hit, we're like, we know what to do. We've done this already, all through the phone system, all through remote, through meal delivery, the whole thing. So we got a grant to do this and to do what we called telestories, so do these the beautiful questions by phone as well. And we used it all to build, we collaborated with artists because artists were all out of work as well, and they were all lonely as well in the pandemic. So we actually did loneliness scale research on both the elders that we were reaching out to and the artists, and both had a significant reduction in loneliness. And then we asked them to make something as a gift back for the people that they were collaborating with. And here is the little video.
Hello. My name is Phyllis. My name is Alice Cartwright.
Yes, my name is Deborah Kraft.
Hi, the name is Donna Jane Hamdan.
My name is Philip Flagg.
My name is Janet.
This is Ernest. What do you treasure in your home and why?
Mainly memories. Also, I do paintings, art paintings.
Well, I'm elderly, and all my life I was a choreographer and dancer. So everything that I treasure in my home has to do with sculpture pieces and paintings of dancers and dance notes and anything to do with the dance career, costumes, that type of thing.
The area of my home that's special is my garden.
The living room, because I like to read there. The area is my family room, where the family can gather to share ideas and thoughts.
My kitchen is special. This is where everybody always congregated.
The area that's special to me is my bed. What I like to do there is sleep, because sometimes I really have some fantastic dreams. If you could look outside your window and see anything you wish, what would you want to see?
If I looked out my window, I would like to see a very large garden of roses, of all different kinds of roses and different colors.
I would like to see small kids around here again.
I would like to see some birds.
I like to see the birds.
Well, I really love birds outside the window because my mother was a bird lover, and on her card, on the funeral card, she said, "Think of me when you see birds," and I do all the time.
What makes Milwaukee special? It's my home, the water, Lake Michigan.
What would you like to tell Milwaukee?
Pues solo gracias, a mí me ha tratado muy bien y espero que a muchísima gente le pase lo mismo. Para mí no le hace falta nada. It's great. I love being here. I love the family feeling of Milwaukee.
I would tell Milwaukee County that I would not want to live anywhere else.
On my porch or on the road, I'm feeling like I'm always home. I'm always home. I'm flying up to heights a bird has never flown. I'm feeling like I'm always home. I'm always home. In the city, clearly everybody knows. There may be fronts, but there'll always be a rose. When I'm with you, I know I'll never be alone. I'm feeling like I'm always home. I'm always home.
My name is Gerda.
My name is Arlene.
My name is Millie.
Oh, my name is Angie.
My name is Alice Cartwright, and I live in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
West Dallas.
Cudahy, Wisconsin.
I'm calling from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
I'm from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I'm calling from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
I love that ending when she goes, goodbye. I joke that really we should make this into like a Milwaukee promo, but that you wouldn't think that like people living alone, the older adults, would be the ones to promote Milwaukee like that. But I think you can see the power in that. What are we missing? And then I'm almost done here. When we fail to integrate creativity into care, and care is just friendship, right? Care is relationships. We miss the reduction of stress that we get from flow, from that making process. We miss the feeling of control when you know there's no wrong answers. You can actually say anything you want. You're shaping, expression yourself. You miss social connection. You miss social capital and adding value to the world. You miss creating a sense of legacy and purpose. for both sides. Remember I'm going to leave you with a terrible image of amoeba sex. I apologize. But it's a relational benefit, and we've said that all day. Or if a person is experiencing cognitive challenges and you're doing this in a group setting, it can also be good there as well. So we went through something terribly traumatic together, and it was primarily affecting older adults. And I feel really moved in emerging out of into whatever this next phase is. How can we honor that enormous loss that we've all just gone through? And I think it's acknowledging that everyone is creative, that we inviting and listening are creative acts. We see that inspiration is everywhere. We use beautiful questions, yes, and proof of listening. We build on and share that creativity to create purpose and value. And we can actually then transform our lives and our systems by creating moments of meaning making everywhere. Every system. That system map that Jeremy had of health systems, cultural systems, libraries, it just needs to be everywhere. You, Little Brothers for the Elderly, Friends of the Elderly, need to be in all of those systems. So thank you, and questions?
Any questions for Dr. Basting?
Or thoughts, responses?
Well, if anyone's had any thought after listening to this wonderful presentation that Dr. Basting isn't creative, you only have to look at her amazing shoes.
She loves my shoes.
They are really an indication of where her creativity starts, right from the bottom of her feet. I'm sorry, was there a question over here?
From the questions. What if you have someone that's not working? Like you're trying to make the connection and you're trying to have, where can you go from there? Or like how do you continue to develop questions in order to, connect with them more?
So where can you generate questions? Yeah. For the Islands of Milwaukee project, we had probably 80 questions, and just like we're already doing that, right? But we're usually doing it about sports, weather, a really limited number. And so the 80 beautiful questions that we worked on with that project give you almost an endless supply of seeing what might work. Right? And something as generic as, what do you hear right now? Or what are you seeing right now? What might be beautiful to you in this moment is so general that we've never really had any trouble as a starting point. There's, of course, people with varying abilities. So people might have low vision. People might have hearing challenges, and so you tailor, how you would enter a conversation with a beautiful question according to where people are. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Any final questions? Yes.
Well, it's less of a question, but more of like a thought.
Mm-hmm.
I just find all this fascinating. Especially considering that Daisy and I, who's my home delivery coordinator, we've been trying to figure out how to create these meaningful interactions with the clients we serve, since there are homebound adults. And I just find these beautiful questions so fascinating. Like, how can we get that out of them and talk to them more besides just how's your day and what would you like to order this month? I just find that fascinating. And then also on a more personal level, my grandma has early dementia. And I've just been trying to figure out other ways to engage with her, because my mom, on the other hand, she's more crafty, more of this creative side. Everybody's creative, of course, but my granny is more of I just want to watch my TV.
Yeah.
So I've just been trying to find ways to engage her, and I just love being able to do this with her now. So
Yeah.
thank you so much.
Yeah, and I say go where the energy is and use that as a prompt. So I would go right to the TV show and say, not unlike the Instagram story, tell me about this show. What do you love about this show? And let's tell the story of this show to someone else, to create a sense of purpose and a connection outside of the room. If we were going to write our own episode, what would we write? Let's make up a new character for this show, or you know what I mean? So if the energy is around the show, go right to the energy of the show. I also want to say I would never talk about anything except sports and politics with you. I know he's looking at me like, don't you dare bring that beautiful question into my room. And I'm like, I would never, because you love sports and politics. And I would just be like, that would be golden. But I'll tell you quickly about if you love sports and politics, and you can use them to engage in the larger world. One of the projects I've done a lot of different projects, and one was called Crossings, because a couple older adults were killed crossing the street. I mean, reckless driving has become really horrific. I don't know about down here, but in Milwaukee, it's terrible. And so we wanted to try to do a specific action to get the aldermen and the civic structures to make the streets safer for older adults and children, who actually are both the most vulnerable pedestrians, safer to cross. So we used creative engagement to do that. And we ended up making performances at intersections of 3 different municipalities based on a story that we came up with from creative workshops. In Milwaukee, we have these bridges that go up and down. So our performance was, when the guardrails go down and the triangles sound, then the bridge goes up, the cars just have to stop. There is no sneak in a turn, you'll end up in the river, right? You can't go, you just stop. And then the ship goes through, and then the bridge comes down and the guardrails go up. And that was it. We had these 10-foot PVC pipes with red striping on them for the gates, and we had triangles for the alarms, and we didn't actually do the bridge because it was too cumbersome. We tried. And then we made big sails and then walking sticks with sails on them so that we had a ship. And then we invited older adults and kids and all the civic officials to cross with us on the boat during the course just of the light so that we could get across. And I tell you what, having older adults and the mayor of each of these 3 municipalities crossing and not be able to cross in time gets the lights lengthened really quickly. The mayor of Cudahy was so panicked because Elaine was walking with her walker and he couldn't get across in time, neither could she, that he's like, what the heck's going on with these lights? And we had an expert there on the spot who said, these are they're under time. You need at least 15 to 17 more seconds for it to be standard. And it was great because there were 3 older adult apartments around that intersection, and they were taking vans to the grocery store on the corner because they couldn't cross at the intersection. So there's ways for you to use these things for political action as well. There's a bunch of really creative things being done around eviction, older adult evictions, which is really great work as well. So endless possibilities.
Oh, we could listen all morning to Dr. Basting, I'm sure. And we thank you so much for being with us today. It's been truly a pleasure. Before we close for lunch, we have a few final remarks from Sean Martin.
I got my tap. Well, to each of you who joined us here in this room today and those who are with us virtually, we want to thank you for your interest and participation today. We want to offer our sincere thanks to our distinguished speakers, Jeremy, Neenah, and Ann. Thank you so much for your insights, inspiring sessions, and for sharing their wisdom and experience with us. We really do appreciate it very much. Let's give them another round. Special thanks to our elders and volunteer who joined Neenah to share their wisdom and experience. That was, again, you guys get a round of applause. Thank you. I'm asked to remind people who applied for their CE credits, is that right, CEU or CE credits, to please turn in your forms and your evaluations. Don't forget to do that. So we now say goodbye to our online audience. So thank you for those of you online who joined us, and so we thank you, and we'll say goodbye to that group. We invite those of you here to stay on and join us for lunch and networking. We hope you'll take the opportunity to do that, to meet new colleagues while enjoying your lunch. In the spirit of our symposium, you've been provided each with some name tags with some LBFE conversation starters for your table. We find these resources helpful when gathering with our own elder friends. So ask each other some beautiful questions. And here's Simone is showing me, the questions are in here in your book that you've received. So there's a few of them. If you don't have yours with you, the other people at the table will. Finally, we want to thank, especially recognize Fight to Feed. So Fight to Feed, which is catered our morning refreshments and now our lunch. Fight to Feed is one of our valued partners and our neighbor in this building. Fight to Feed is a 100% volunteer-driven nonprofit organization that works to turn wasted food into healthy meals, which they do often for our elders. As they've said, we eat well around here, and which they have done for us today. So please enjoy, and again, thank you very much for being here today and for your participation. Thank you.